Hola, hola, hola. It is me. Let me know if you can hear me because I just switched some things on the sound. Um, my light looks funny today. Okay, so it's summer here in Mexico City, which means uh, the weather started acting up. It's rainy season, and it's also gotten kind of dark and gloomy. And so it's darker than it usually is. I have all the lights on, and it's still kind of like meh in here. Wait, let me see. Oh no, it's not bad. I just had to turn up my light in here. A little hard on the highlighter today, but whatever. Um, so yeah, just let me know that you can hear me and everything is good, and we're ready to go, 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 go. Good morning, Mommy. Good morning, Dee. Good morning, Amber and Winnie and Monique and Marriott and Dion. Good morning, doll. If you're watching the replay, say hey in the comments. Give us a quick hey. Um, Let me see. No one said that they can hear me yet. So, oh yes, there's Joan. Joan can hear me. Great job. Okay. I'm still kind of getting ready. I thought I had like 15 minutes to go, and then it was like my time 9:57, and I was like, ooh, let me get on. And so I'm still getting ready. But I'm here. So if you have any questions for me today about anything, drop them in the comments and we'll get started. So it's a work with me day. I need a song for this work with me day. We need some action, but we don't have a song yet. Maybe someone will tell me a good song. So I hope you have a list of things you're working on today, or if you're at work, if you're at work, your boss has a list of things for you to do for the day, most likely. But I'm still making my to-do list. So I'm going to do that. I also want today to be more structured than the last work with me day. So for last work with me day, I was kind of like, what are we doing? I don't know. Let's do this. So today we'll do like an hour of Q&A. If you guys have Qs that you want A's for, if you want to talk about anything, we can do that for like an hour, and then I'll get right into working and you can get back to working. You can just, don't close the window, but go to other windows and do other things, and we'll work together. I'm drinking tea from my new favorite mug. I got it in Puebla. It's Talavera, which means it's handmade and hand painted. And we went to the place where it was made and painted. We saw the artist making it. So because this is hot, so I'm going to put this down. I also have a jewelry box that I bought for someone else, but until I see the other person, it's my jewelry box. It's hard to see, but you can maybe at a right angle, you can see how it's like the paint isn't flat. So it's very textured. It feels very textured. And I look very ashy. But fortunately, I keep lotion on the desk. So the mug is really big. It's a really big mug, which is good because I wanted to get a big mug, but the tea's super hot, so I'll drink that later. I'm trying to think of a story for you guys. We went on a Juneteenth walk on Sunday, and that was good. Adelia organized that. That's not enough lotion. Adelia organized that, and it was a good time. What else? I feel like I normally have a story for you guys. I don't have a story today. I don't know. So today, I'll tell you what I'm working on. I have to get a refund for something Amazon didn't send me. Not a big deal. That's not really work as much as it's like, gotta get done. And I need to write an email to my list. If you're on my mailing list, I send an email every week or so with either a helpful hint or something that, something that's good to know. A good word. I like to send a good word each week. Let me see if I can find that link. Of course, it went away. Let me grab that for you then. And I'll drop the link in there to join. So if you're not on my mailing list already, it's a good thing to join. Y'all got any questions? Drop them in the comments. Want to know about anything? Want to talk about rainy season while I'm looking for this link? Just drop it in the comments. Boom, 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 boom. I've been watching a lot of Law and Order, which is why I just randomly started singing the theme song. Good times. Good times. Okay, copy. Going to drop that link. Link to join my letter. Vidal asks, how do you feel about employers requiring return to the office? How I feel doesn't matter. How you feel matters. I know that when I was unhappy at work, working from home was like the only peace of mind I had. Also, my commute. When I lived in the Bay Area, my commute was anywhere between 2 hours to 45 minutes, depending on where in the Bay I was. So there was a time when it was a 2-hour commute, and there was a time when it was like 45 minutes to an hour. And 45 minutes to an hour to see some people I don't want to see, it felt like a lot, right? So like there's the commute, there's the expense. Y'all paying like $7 a gallon for gas or $5 or something that I don't want to pay. There's a lot going on. I don't know, y'all. I think that if your employer is requiring you to go back to work and you don't want to go back into the office, you should reevaluate whether you want to continue working for that employer. I'm not saying whether you should or you shouldn't, but we should reevaluate. This is a good time to reevaluate whether you want to continue going. Because also, people still catching COVID, right? And you know your coworkers aren't going to be wearing masks all day. And you don't know what they're doing on the weekend. You don't know. Yeah. Miguel says her commute in the Bay was 45 minutes to an hour 30 and would pray not to have to commute anymore. Yes. Yes. Because my boss was remote from home, my first boss was remote from home, and my second boss in that role would literally walk past me in the middle of a day. Me, not just me, but like me and the whole team that sat in a different section from him. He would not speak to us all day. And literally he would have a meeting with someone that was like in the meeting room in our area, and he would walk to the meeting and from the meeting without even acknowledging we existed. Not like a, hey, from across the room, not like a, I'm walking by intentionally just to wave to y'all while I run to the next meeting. He would literally walk by. We would see him walk to a meeting and walk out and not even acknowledge us. Eventually I was like, why do I go to work? Why do I go into the office? Like I know the clients want me there, but one boss is from home. She ain't make it through the long haul. But when the other one was like, you don't even exist to me, I was like, why would I continue? No. So I spent a lot of time working from home because I hated going into the office. It took forever. It was expensive. And there was no increased value in me being in the office besides people knowing where I was. I'm on the couch. I'm into bed. What you need? What do you need? Tell me what you need. I'll get it done. But I get it done from home. And now I have more time to work and I'm happier because I'm commuting less. Yes, I'll check an email at 7 a.m. I might not respond for a while, but I'll check an email early in the morning, see what's on this calendar for the day, and then do whatever I want. I'm going to move the microphone. So if you hear some noise, that's what's going on. Oh, the downside of this mug is it sweats really heavily from the bottom, and I don't have a coaster that's big enough for this. So I'm trying to figure that out on my desk right now. Like my desk where I just put it is like completely wet, like completely wet. I'm right by my kitchen counter, so I'm gonna slide over and put it on the counter while I figure this out. And I'm wearing pants today, so I can do that. I'm not always wearing pants. Okay. More than y'all needed to know. Okay. Dee says, I've been 100% work from home for years, and that's not enough for me to keep trucking along, so I'm counting down my months and days. Yes. It's not. All right. So Marriott's office does not require it, but if they do, they will continue searching for jobs. Morning Tell, thanks for the compliment. Flow to flow. Okay, Tanya wants to know. Okay, actually, let's finish talking about going back into the office. I can't figure out what it is beside. Okay, so I think there are a couple of things going on. One is the obvious control thing. They need to see your unhappiness. Those bosses that cannot see your unhappiness are like, that's why they show up, right? Like that's what they want to do in middle management, is see that they're making people unhappy. And if they can't, what are they really doing? Right? Because no one has said that productivity has gone down, right? No one's saying American productivity has gone down. But we must come back into the office. So part of it is that there's a lot of empty real estate, and they're generally, like you see it in New York, like Mayor Adams, who seems incredibly foolish. Like, what is that man on? What drug is that man on? Although, is that joking? I don't think he's on drugs. But like, what is going on with him? I don't know if you guys saw the other day, he was like telling women that they were being unsafe for standing on like quiet places on the subway platform, right? Like, because I guess his thought is that the subway, I don't know if his thought is that it's inherently unsafe, but like being by yourself on a subway platform is unsafe. You have more cops in New York City than most countries. Why are your police officers harassing people for not paying the toll for the ride instead of being on the platform to make sure it's safe for all of the travelers? Why are you saying if something happens to the women, they were foolish for standing on this unsafe, for a dark part of the platform or an unpopulated part of the platform, instead of getting your police officers where they need to be, doing what they need to be? And you want to hire more police officers, Eric Adams. What is this? What's happening? What's going on? Why are you doing this? I don't know where I was before that tangent, but every time I see something about that man, I'm like, how y'all elect him? How y'all elect him? What? How y'all elect that man? What was going on? What were the other? I don't know what the other alternatives were, but it's crazy. Anyway, I know where I was. Real estate. Boop, boop, boop. He was one of those people pushing for real estate because they don't want their downtowns to be dead. Like a dead downtown means that eventually those buildings could be without tenants, and being without tenants means being without rents. And if those places are without rents, is there tax money that's going away? Like it's all kind of, but going back to work is wrapped up tightly in like capitalism, but sometimes it's not just your company's capitalism. It's kind of like capitalism on a macro sense, although it's one city macro, I don't know. But it's the idea that like what hurts large landlords and real estate owners is not going to be allowed in America. This country is a country that like is predicated on the stealing of land. Like land was so important. It was America's manifest destiny to go kill everybody to the west, right? Just kill everybody to the west of us, just kill them and take their shit, right? And so that historically has not changed. If something hurts, not like individual landlords, although yes, they do get some special privileges. But if something hurts large corporate landlords, America ain't going for it. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. No. So that's part of the rush back to work. And I'm just not here for it. That's why I'm saying, if you do not want to go to work, if you don't want to go work in the office, look for another job. Look for a remote job. Let me drop you a link to Libria's remote bundle. I have this program that clips links, and for some reason, it's it cleaned everything out the other day. And I was like, I've been using you for like a year to keep these links. Where are my links? Where are they? Where'd they go? So I'm going to drop Libria Jones's remote bundle, which I've heard such good things about. I don't have it because I don't want a remote job. I don't want any job. But if you do, get you a remote job, a fully remote work from anywhere job. All right. What I missed in the comment? What I missed in the comments? Child, oppression could come through Zoom. I remember there was a vice president at one of the companies I worked for who we would beef like two cats in a burlap bag, beefing. And it'd be over email, and we're copying people, and we're going back and forth. Older, white man, been with the company for years. Who am I? What do I know? I don't know anything, except I do, right? And they had to go through me to get things approved. And oppression came through emails. At one point, I got an email from him that said something like, oh, I was under the impression that you worked for us and you had to do what I said. And I was like, it's Friday night. I see it. I'm in the grocery store. I have stopped shopping. And I'm like, clickety-clacky, on a BlackBerry, I think at this time, clickety-clacking, clickety on it, like, you don't own me or my output, dog. Like, if I say that's a terrible idea and I'm not going to do it, you can take it up with my boss or her boss, but you can't take it any further than there. And they're going to support me. So it was like, I said, do it. And so you must jump. Why is it not done? I'm like, I'm not even your line, right? Like, you can speak to your employee, people on your team. If that's how you feel like talking to them, bless it. But as for me and my boss, she knows the day she comes to me like that, I'm out. I'm out. And I'm hard to replace, right? Like, we're not doing that. We're not. Anyway, I don't think that was one of those moments where I was like, this is so insane. Because I have stopped doing what I'm doing to cuss this man out. Not cuss him out, but to gently tell him, to firmly tell him over email, copying everybody, this is what we're not going to do. This is what I'm not going to do. And this is what you're not going to do. But I feel like Monday morning, he strolled into my office like, hey, how you doing? You were in a bad mood and decided to take it out on me in an email with other people on it. And we're not. That's not how we do things. And so, yes, oppression can, like, even if you're working from home, the point was oppression can come through Zoom. It can come through emails. It can come through a lot of places. If you feel oppressed, look and see what's out there. Even if you're not ready to move on, just look and see what's out there. There may be something that kind of lights your spirit up, right? There may be something where you're like, I hadn't thought about that. But between the job description and the pay, let me think about this, right? So, do what you do. D-Doll's boss requires it, but he's not even in the office. He's traveling running from his new McMansion. My first boss, when I was in San Francisco, worked from home. We had one other team member. He worked from home. Because I was the only person who worked from home out of state. Because I was the only person who moved to the Bay Area, she wanted me. I asked her, do you want me working on your time zone or the office's time zone? You get one or the other, right? Do you want me to be available when you're supposed to be working? Or do you want me to be available when the San Francisco team is supposed to be working? She was like, what I want from you is I want you to be in the office whenever the CEO is. Now, my commute was 2 hours at the time. The CEO's commute was like 20 minutes, I think. The man came in at 7 a.m. every day and left at 7 p.m. every day. So to get there in those hours, I had to leave home at 5 and get home at 9. I was doing a 5 to 9. I think I tried it for 2 days, and I didn't even tell her I wasn't gonna do it anymore. I was just like, "I'm not doing this." I have to leave home at 5 AM and get home at 9? No. Yeah, no, I was like, "We're not that don't make no sense. Why would I do that? Why would if you're working in your pajamas all day, why are you and you know what my commute is, why are you asking an employee to work from 5 AM or to be on their way to the office and working from 5 AM to 9 PM? Why would you do that? You're in your pajamas all day on the couch, chilling. I literally talked to her at noon her time, and she's in pajamas. No shade, because I'll be in the bathroom all day if I'm home, right? But like, I'm also not doing that and telling someone to be somewhere else inside the office for 12 hours a day. And salaried, so I'm not making any more money. And no one sees my commute as valuable time, so I'm not getting credit for that. I said, no, I'm not even going to tell. How would you know I'm not doing it? You won't. I'm the only team member here. I will show up when I want to and leave when I want to. We also used to do happy hours at any time of the day. Like literally, when we finally got a team in that office, it got so bad that at one point we'd just be like, time to get a drink, time to get a drink. It'd be like 3 PM. If y'all don't want us drinking in the middle of the day, you should stop stressing us out. Stop it. Stop stressing us out. If you think we should be better managed, manage us better. I think this is both when I had the boss who was worked out of state and never came in, and the boss who was in the building and would not speak to us all day. There's no management. There's absolutely no management. So me and my team, we're doing whatever we want. Thanks for playing. It was just a mess. Anyway, but like, I don't need cocktails in the middle of the day unless I'm like stressed out beyond. And I was stressed out beyond. Okay, Adelia, I just saw your comment. Give me a second. Let me work something out. Work it out, work it out, work it out. I forget that I can actually pin comments. Pinned. The comment with Libria's remote work bundle is pinned. Okay. BJM, I've been working remotely at home for 17 years for a major health insurance company. I'm never going into an office. Yes. 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 Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Oh, E. Dunlap is house sitting right now for is that a cat or I'm looking at something. I can't see what that is because it's black on black. It's a cat or a dog. I think it's a cat named Luna. Yes, Monique, sorry to bring up memories, but yes, grab Libria's remote work bundle. It is a blast. It is. If it'll help you get away from an environment you don't want to be in, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Yeah. You know. Yes, they drove me to drink. Legit, we would be like, we plan on leaving work at 6 to drink. Like have a cocktail at the end of the day. But like it's 3:30 and that's pretty close. After the week we've had, that's pretty close to 6. So we're gonna be leaving now. Just pack up your things and just walk out. We're done. We're done. It was one of those places where it was like, there was never a thank you. It was never a thank you. It was like the minute you handed off something else, someone else was like, what about this? What about this? Oh, and because I was the only team member in San Francisco when I worked there, people would ask me about other people's work. Like, your boss said she was going to get this to me today, but yesterday, but it's not here. What's the update? And I'm like, First of all, it's 9 a.m. and I'm just walking through the door. So if you think we have a team meeting at 8 a.m. where she updates me on her work, that's not how it goes. Second of all, reach out to her. Like, it was every day someone would be like, this guy on the team is supposed to be doing this. Where is it? If y'all don't leave me alone. If y'all don't leave me alone, like, how do I know where he is with his work? I don't manage this. I'm not the team manager. I'm not in charge of this team. But you're asking me why other people haven't given you, or what the update is on someone else's work? Oh, because you emailed them and they didn't respond to you, but because I'm here, you're in my face? Okay, so I get to work and every morning I stop for breakfast. But I couldn't have breakfast on my floor. We're in a multi-floor office situation. I couldn't have breakfast on my floor because if they saw me having breakfast, I haven't made it in yet. I haven't dropped off my bag. The kitchen is on the way in. So I stop in the kitchen, make a plate, all the fruits, some, gluten-free bread and some lox on it. I'm feeling good, getting it right. Some avocado. Without fail, if someone saw me in the cafeteria, they're walking over with a question. I'm still wearing a coat. It's not question time. It's not question time. Please. So yes, oppression comes through Zoom, through Slack, through emails, but that shit I had to deal with in the office, I was like, I'm just not going to come anymore. And y'all will work it out. Y'all will work it out. You got Eric Adams. I think maybe because I said his name, YouTube was like, y'all must want to hear about Eric Adams. Y'all must want to hear about Eric Adams. No, thank you, sir. What is, I do not understand. Besides the fact that he's pro-police, I do not understand it. I understand that I don't agree with that part of his platform, but at least I understand where he's coming from. He's very pro-police. But like, what else? What else do you stand for? How do they elect you? I don't get it. Yeah, going back to work for someone else. Once you get out, that was when I knew I would never be a lawyer again. Is I didn't want to run my own office because clients can be a problem, and I didn't want to work for anyone else again because clients and bosses can be a problem. And the idea that like, you're going to give me a review at the end of the year? You are going to tell me how I performed? No. I'm not a perfect employee, but I've had some bosses where I'm like, I don't care what you think about my performance. Just make sure the money comes. Thank you. Also, so much about performance standards is built on like a white, straight, male, married standard, right? Like those things that are important to them, like always being available. Don't work if you have kids, right? That you have to take care of, or laundry to do, or all the things that people who do not have spouses who stay at home and take care of everything have to do. Like if you have to take your kids to a dentist appointment, the dentist ain't gonna be open at like 8 p.m. Most of them aren't, just because you had to work all day, right? And so the standards haven't changed in step with the workforce, like who's working and what their actual lives are. And until they do, I don't care about your performance standards. I just don't. I'm not going to be my boss. I remember one time my boss was like, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. And I'm like, you want me to kiss their asses because not even like my like superiors, but like you think I should be kissing ass to these men solely because they're men. They're not special. They're not talented. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. Girl, they're idiots. Like, they're dumb and they say dumb things. And I tell them, I tell them very gently that what they want to do, they can't do. And you mad that I'm not like, that's a brilliant idea and I'd really love to do it. But the thing is, it's been illegal for 30 years. I just get right to, it's been illegal for 30 years. Okay, bye. I'm not, you want me to I don't have the time to sugarcoat the things and stroke the egos. But if that's what I have to do, if that's what my performance is based on, is like stroking men's egos, I can't do that. I can't do that. I don't tell them their ideas are dumb. I just tell them it's against the law. In the same way, the idea you brought yesterday, I told you it was against the law and I explained the law to you. This, which is just a slight tweak, is also against the law. I know you want me to tell you it's okay, but it's not. It's not. It's not. Ooh, this is my mommy. One boss reviewed my braids instead of my trial abilities. I'm guessing this is like early to mid 90s, maybe even late 90s, but it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. Woo! Straight. Do not fast go. Do not collect $200. Straight to hell. Oof. Okay. Yeah, performance standards are like, how would I want my perfect employee to respond? And in their mind, who's their perfect employee, right? Like, who is the employee? It's a white man. It's always going to be a white man. I don't have the privilege of coming at things the way a white man does. Yes, I have a hard shell up because employees say things in email that sound like, I own you, do what I want. And my ancestors won't let me respond to that with love and kindness. Right? Like, they talking crazy to me and you think I'm not going to talk crazy back. Because why? Because why? I'm going to give them some crazy back. I'm going to tell them where to put it. So anyway, oh, wait, Shonda, wait, I don't have the words for this. Y'all got to help me out. Can someone else respond to this? Because I'm sipping tea and I do not have it. Sorry, what? Baby, I think we need some context. I don't know what to do with this. One of my bosses called me buckwheat in front of a client. True. Whew. That's wild. That's wild. I'm sensing some like a fiery pit in that boss's future. On Earth or otherwise. You can catch fire on Earth. I'm fine with that too. Buckwheat? Like, even contextually. Okay, so this is what I hate about the standards that we are asked to deal with. Is like, frequently we're told we're unprofessional, but when a boss says something like that to you, what is the consequence? Are they fired? Like, are they demoted? Is this brought up on their performance review? Or is it just, he was just joking. They were just joking. It's just a joke. Don't take it so personally. Don't take it so personally. How many of us have heard that? They were just joking. They didn't mean it. His sense of humor is just different. Some people got to get stabbed. Some people got to get stabbed. It's just, there's nothing else. Halisi has one too. Now, Halisi kind of light-skinned. But not that much, right? Like, this is the boss who knew they were speaking to a Black woman and said this. I didn't mean anything by it. I'm sure if called to the carpet, it would be, I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I wasn't even thinking. My cousin's going through this issue right now. Sometimes she has to call me on a lunch break. At the firm I used to work at, I had a friend, and we would call each other every morning. And the first thing we would say is, do I have to go in today? One of us would call the other one and say, do I have to go in today? Every single morning, one of us would call the other one and say, do I have? And we'd be like, yes. Until you find another job, you have to keep showing up to work. One day, it was around the holidays and everybody was gone. We pulled up to the parking lot at the same time, parked right next to each other, looked at each other. And I think it was her. I think she said, you want to go shopping instead? And I was like, I just hopped in her car. Just hopped in because, like, I don't even care what, like, no one's here. No one knows whether I'm here or not. But, like, I would rather risk getting fired for going shopping than walk into this building another day. Like, just walking in is so painful. We used to cry. We call each other crying all the time. I had a woman organized, a woman pretty senior to me, my first year in the law firm, a Black woman organized a lunch with a bunch of different Black women who worked in law firms downtown. And everyone's kind of telling their story, and I'm telling my story, and I can't, the tears are coming. And she was like, yeah, we all have it bad, but you got it the worst. And I was like, okay, so I wasn't trying to win a competition. I was just literally telling you what my work situation was like. And she was like, yeah, no, that's absolutely terrible. You have it the worst. And I was like, so in a way it felt validated because the men I worked with, even I'm in tears. And she's like, it's bad. All these Black women from different law firms are like, oh no, baby, this is not right. I talked to the managing partner of the firm I worked for, and he was like, let's meet for lunch. Let's meet for breakfast. We go to breakfast. And he's like, I heard you've been really unhappy. And I was like, yes, because there's a very specific reason I'm unhappy. We're going to get me out of that situation. We're going to get me away from this client and the people who work on that file. It's a very, very toxic situation. You're going to get me out. He was like, all associates are unhappy. You just have to learn to live with it. You invited me for a 7 a.m. breakfast just to tell me, as the managing partner of the firm, you have more power than anybody else who works here. You invited me here to tell me, suck it up, buttercup. And then we met at the athletic club, fancy athletic club in town. He moved on to tell me that if I wanted to stay in shape as I got older, I had to do what his wife did, which was to work out with weights. So we're not talking about the terrible, like that was it. It was literally like, I heard you're unhappy. Everyone's unhappy. Not like, can we dig into it more? Is there anything? No, I heard you're unhappy, period. You're going to be unhappy. I heard you're unhappy. You're going to continue to be unhappy, period. We went from there, that was it, to let's talk about your body. And I'm there like, is this candid camera? Can they remove the knives from this table? Because we're talking about my body now? If I want to stay in shape, this was not, I did not take the topic. I definitely was not going to switch from I hate this job and it's making me hate my life to do you have workout tips? This was his transition. He transitioned from unhappy forever to want to stay snatched. When I tell y'all that I hated some of the places I worked with some lovely people over the years. And I work with some people that I would definitely hit with the car if I saw them again. Which is why I don't go places where I see them again. I don't. I think that one's dead. Okay. I don't care. Not at all. I'm not even sure. Listen, I have no reason to believe that, but he was old. It was a while ago. And so in my mind, he's not even on this planet anymore. You'll be unhappy forever. I was like, who? You're the number one person who can fix it by pressing a button. You can just be like, bloop, bloop, this is changing. Boom. Better know. I have to suck it up. And you know how terrible it is. I had people, like lawyers would ask me in my law firm what work I was doing. Some of the women lawyers would be like, hey, so what are you doing? I'd tell them and they would make a face like, ew. Because they knew the work was terrible and the team was terrible. It was a lot of like, oh. And then like walk away real quick because there's nothing they could do about it. The one guy who could do something about it was like, that client values diversity and you're the only non-white man on the team. You're never leaving that. You're never leaving that team. I didn't realize that's what it was until I went to the client had like a onsite. So we went to the onsite to see the client, and it was a day and a half talk. 1 day, half a day. And in a day and a half talk, they gave 2 different talks about, so it was a day and a half like seminar kind of thing, 2 different talks about how important supplier diversity was for them. So like, hey, law firms, you need to have some minorities on your team. And I was the only minority on the team. That's when I was like, oh, they never gonna let me go. I am shackled to this client. I am a slave shackled to this client. As much as I say I want to do other work, I will never get to do other work because they are not hiring anybody else diverse because they got 2 things covered with me and I am stuck on this team. Terrible team, terrible people. Never getting out. And so some of it, like, I think it's a good point, but some of it is not about you, right? Like that toxic team, but the workplace was toxic in a larger sense. But that toxic team, the fact that I was stuck on it wasn't about me. It was about how I present, right? I'm a Black woman. Everybody else in this department is a white man. So it wasn't, and the people who worked on it were peculiar. But it wasn't like they're being toxic to me because they're toxic to me. It was an already toxic situation that I couldn't get out of because they would like the client would be like, it's nothing but white men? Y'all ain't got nothing but white. Nothing but white men. So like in that sense, like that, the requirement for diversity from a supplier hurt me. It was intentional. And I get that in the grander scheme of things, it probably helped some people, right? It probably helped some people. It did not help me. It hurt me. And so, yeah, I don't even know where to go from there. Child, I'm reminiscent. I don't know if I'm going to get any work done today because I'm reminiscent about how terrible that situation was. Woo! Okay. A new plan. Yes. Yes. Mm. Mm-mm. The prayer, even the prayer line was like, girl, what? Prayer line said, ooh. Ooh. Pamela, I'm laughing with you. It's a past job, so we can, I hope we're laughing about it. Woo. Okay. But also, Greta, you know you can't be. Some people can't be helped, and you don't want her living near you anyway. You don't want her living near you. Um, at the law firm I was telling you about, I worked there for a summer once, and it's a bunch of us summer associates. And this one woman was there, another summer associate, who the idea is that you work there for the summer, and if you like it and they like you come back and work there full time. So there were like 9 of us that summer, 8, 9, something, I don't know. Me and one other Black woman. And we're on a trip. We're all having fun. Like we did like a day trip somewhere. It was like a fun excursion one day. And this one woman, there's drinking. I think she got a little too fun. She was talking about her vacations, and she said she was trying to figure out where to go on a vacation. And someone suggested Jamaica. And she said, I don't go to places. I don't travel to places where they don't speak English. So like we checked her. Like, girl, what? You know what I mean? And so we brought up to management that like who was in charge of the program that like we don't feel comfortable working with her over the long term if that's the kind of thing she says publicly in a room full of people and is okay with saying. And they were like, oh, she was just joking. She didn't mean it. She was just joking. She didn't come back the next year. I don't know why. I don't know if they didn't offer it to her or what, but she didn't come back. But I really was like, why? I don't go places where we don't speak English. You sound dumb. Very dumb. Anyway. Coworkers. Terrible. Yes, Dion, I see you being triggered. I was really like, you said this in a room full of people. But I bet you'd go to Italy. I bet you. Just say you don't want to go where the dark people are. Just say that. Just say that. It's much more accurate. At least you don't sound stupid. The racism is more apparent and on the surface, but you don't sound stupid. But you chose racist and stupid. Good for you. Good for you. Tell us who you are. Woo, child. They be letting anybody in. Any old body. You know this. They be letting anybody in. Anyway, I don't know how we got to like terrible work situations, but we've got 10 minutes left before it's time for us to quietly work together. What do we want to talk about in the 10 minutes? Anything? I feel like we have to end on a happier note than like terrible jobs. Sipo Gile asked if my former colleagues know what you're doing now. I don't know. Every once in a while, someone will reach out to me on LinkedIn, and so I know they know, but I just don't reach back. Like there's some that like there are a few that I'm still close with, but I was close with them and they weren't toxic. But the ones that are toxic, I'm like, no. Like I see you reaching out on LinkedIn. You were on the side of a terrorist back then. I don't care what side you're on now. There are too many people in this world for me to continue to have a relationship with you when you were on the opposite team. When the opposite team was trying to destroy my mental health. One of my mentors asked me to read basically a book of statutes. Like read this book of statutes. And it was something that wasn't relevant to what I did, but it was like an area that he'd practiced like 20 years ago. He just wanted me to read the whole thing. Or it was relevant, but like reading like real estate statutes does not teach you to be a real estate lawyer. It's just words on a page. So the book is like this thick. And it's big, right? It's a big full-size book this thick. And after I read it all, because I read it all, he asked me to come for like our weekly meeting. He's like, what does section 5.32 say? And I was like, you didn't say memorize the whole book. You said read it. Like, why off the top of my head do you expect me to know one section out of a book this thick? Right? If you like ask me to look at it and like explain it to you, I could do that because I've read it and I understand it. But you want me to off the top of your head. And he's like, well, I knew, but I'm like, well, yeah, you practiced in this. Like I think you litigated in this area. You needed to, and this was something you used, which is why you can call out what it is, because you used the statute for like 20 years before you started doing what you're doing now. I saw it for the first time this week. I don't know what 4.2 says. I don't know what 5.32 says. I don't know what 7.6 says unless I open the book and read it. Like I was like, no, I don't have it memorized. This man said, oh, well, I have a good work ethic, and I guess I have a better work ethic than you. Mine comes from I think he said Irish. Mine comes from my Irish ancestors. Where does your work ethic come from? This was my mentor. This is my mentor who told me that his good work ethic, because I haven't memorized every statute in a book legit this thick, big, this thick. I haven't memorized what everything is, which is not what he asked me to do. He asked me to read it, and I read it all. His good work ethic, he has better work ethic than mine, was the first part. And his good work ethic comes from his ancestors. Where does he didn't say it, but I guess terrible. Where does my terrible work ethic come from? If my ancestors had a terrible work ethic, they wouldn't have been slaves, right? Like my ancestors worked. That's one of the reasons. Your ancestors have become terrible people to everybody. Child, I was like, this is my mentor. And I was like, I don't It was a lot. And I was a baby lawyer. It was my first maybe like 6-9 months as a lawyer. So I was a baby lawyer, and I was like, this is what the law is. This is what y'all be doing. These are the people you make partners. These are the people you make partners. People who say things like this. Terrorists. When I say that they were like mental, that's what I mean. Like they were absolute terrorists. This was the same job where the managing partner was like, oh, you're unhappy? Suck it up. Suck it up. Anyway, we got 2 more minutes. He wasn't testing me as much as he was just a jerk. He was a jerk to everybody. It's long. There was a lot of inappropriate behavior in the workplace. And so either with this guy, either you were sleeping with him or he was an asshole to you. And like, he never tried that with me because he had other people. But like, as a woman, you were there to be like subjugated to him in some way. And either that was a sexual way or that was mental terrorism. He wasn't testing me. It wasn't testing me because there was no way to pass the test, right? If I had that statue memorized, he would have moved on to another one. There was no way to pass the test besides like absolute obedience to everything he said, every moment he said it. He once got me in trouble for doing a good job. He once got me in trouble for doing a very, very good job on client work. I shouldn't have been able to do it without him, is what he said. I should not have been able. I took too much initiative. It was my file. It was a file that was left to me. I was in charge of it. But as my manager, he had some input. I took too much initiative. I should not have been able to do it without him. And so I got dinged on my evaluation and I got a smaller bonus. That's not testing someone, right? Like, that's not testing people. That's just, I am a law god. And if you do not need me, I'm going to ground you into the dirt. Okay. I saw that Halisi got a residency. Yes, Halisi. Yes, Halisi. Congratulations. Let's see. I can't find it now. Oh, got her PT debit cards today. She got her debit cards. All right. A step in the right direction. A step towards completing the residency, I think. Okay, so it looks like it might be about a 5-month process. Okay. Okay, so Ty, I think by that hand, you're a man. And I'm gonna disagree with you here. Because this is a very masculine approach to life. And it's never let your emotions take control. First of all, I don't believe in the 48 laws of power. I think there's a lot of bullshit in there. But beyond that, emotions are always associated with women, and they're always seen as like weak or lesser. Like, my emotions make me a very, very powerful person, right? And so if I have to play in these people's faces like I don't have them because it behooves me, maybe I will. But maybe I'm gonna sit in your office and you're gonna be an asshole to me and I'm gonna cry. And what are you gonna do? Because me crying is going to make you more uncomfortable than it makes me uncomfortable. You know why I'm crying? Because you're being a jerk. And I'm angry. Actually, why I'm crying is not because I'm sad. It's because I'm angry and I cannot hurt you. I cannot physically hurt you in this moment. And that's all I want to do. That's why I'm crying. And so I'm never one to say like, never let your emotions take control. Let them see, this is who I am. This is what you're doing, right? You probably don't care. You probably don't care. But you're going to go one of two ways. You're either going to not do what you've done already, you're going to stop that thing you did. You're probably going to stop it, or you're going to continue doing it. That tells me everything I need to know. It tells me everything I need to know. If I get mad at work, I'm mad at work. I got mad at work once, told them to leave me alone, left the office, walked 4 miles, went to the movies, went back to the office. Still mad. Picked up my shit and went and left home. You can see me mad. It's fine. I'm mad because I have emotions. I'm a human. Men let emotions come through at work all the time. But like their emotions are like respected. They can be angry at work, right? They can be like wound up. They can be passionate, but women do it and it's a bad thing. You don't get all these emotions. If you elicit a response, you don't get a response. You might not like the response you get, but you don't get it. You don't see me angry. You're going to see me upset. Like the fact that you are reading my emotions, most men are reading my emotions as a weakness, where you're reading other emotions, other men's emotions as strength. That's a man problem, not a me problem. When my emotions aren't always public, but I let them take control and I let them guide me. If I'm upset, I'm going to do what I need to do to soothe myself because my emotions take control. I don't give a damn about the rest of this meeting. It's over. In my head, it's over. I'm taking care of myself. My emotions are taking control. Right? Like, it's a very, very masculine approach. And it works if there are only men in the workplace. But for a while now, there have been women. And we shouldn't have to be guided by like the patriarchy that's hurting y'all. Like toxic patriarchy hurts men. And until y'all acknowledge that and acknowledge that y'all have emotions and feelings, it's going to be holding you back. I'm not bound by it though. It can go to hell. All right. Your emotions are there to let you know if things are good or bad. Let them take control. Let them take control. How you express your emotions may be viewed at negatively in the workplace, but that man over there is throwing things and people are looking at him as a passionate person. You throw things, they're going to say you crazy. Absolutely not. Hello. Come through. Okay, y'all. We're a little bit over time, but we're sticking around. It's time to work quietly together. It's why y'all are here. We're going to work together. We are going to work until I have this somewhere. I think I said 10:45. 11:45. Child, I don't know what time it is. 1. It's 12 o'clock your time. So I think 12:40. It's 12 o'clock Eastern time. So I think that I said 12 o'clock, 12:45 Eastern time. I'm trying to do too much at once, and that's absolutely what's going on right now. I'm trying to find the page where I actually made a plan. Okay, so until 1 o'clock, until 1 p.m. Eastern time. Nope. Why is nothing working for me today? This whole schedule is wrong. We started at 11 o'clock Eastern time. Yes. So at 12 p.m. Eastern time is now will work. And then at 12:45, we'll catch up Q&A. So in 45 minutes or 40 minutes, we'll come back. We'll hang out together. I'll leave my camera on and mute my mic, and we will talk some more in 40-ish minutes. Talk to you soon. Hey. Hola, everybody. I am back. How'd the work go? I got quite a few things done. Last time we did this, I didn't get much done. But this time, I got quite a few things done. I got a refund for that candle that I ordered like months ago. I ordered it, and then Amazon was like, girl, we don't know we're going to have it. And it's my favorite candle. You can't get it on the ground. Anyway, I welcomed new people to the From Burnout to Bliss Facebook group because we've had some new members. I wrote an email to the From Burnout to Bliss participants because this Saturday is our next group coaching. So I always send them an email with a form where they can give me their questions in advance. And if they want to ask questions anonymously, they can use that form to ask questions anonymously if you don't want everyone to know your business. And so I did that. So they'll be ready for Saturday. And what else? Oh, I need to work on a weekly email to my list, which I mentioned in the beginning, but I did not do. So y'all did some things. All right. This related addresses is helpful. Good. I'm glad it helps. It keeps me, normally I would be like in front of the TV doing the things I'm doing, which was going to like slow me down, right? Make everything take twice as long. So being here with you guys keeps me kind of anchored. TV's not on. I was watching a training in the background, so there was noise, but it was like a training program that I need to watch. So I was like half watching that, half doing the email. So I'm still a little distracted, but it's not by like Law and Order Criminal Intent, which I told you I've been watching like crazy. All right. Winnie went through emails. Oh yeah, mind your business. If I don't have a window open and I hear noise, I'm always like, who's that? What's going on? Where does Sam come from? So I totally get it. Dee started working on a presentation she needs to deliver tomorrow, but got distracted and just ordered food. Girl, tomorrow is around the corner. Dee will also be on Saturday's coaching call. It's a fun time. Okay, so if you want to move abroad or take a career break and you are not in my program yet, you're tripping. You're not. But I'm going to drop the link if you want to join From Burnout to Bliss. Burnout to Bliss. It really is a good time, and the women in there are super awesome. So I love it. I can't spell burnout right now, though. Let's go. Okay. I didn't eat. I probably need to eat ASAP. So I'm going to do that. We'll talk for 12 minutes now since it's already 11:48, and then it's 12:48 Eastern time, and then get back to work for another 45 minutes. Okay. Nikki has nice things. I love it when y'all say nice things. I'm not going to pretend I don't. And Nikki has nice things to say. Completely new and weird to me, but shockingly fulfilling. Yes. It's kind of awesome to have coworkers. Okay, so having coworkers you like can be awesome, especially if you're not beholden to them for anything. It's not like someone is there like breathing up all your oxygen, like right next to you, or like eating your snacks or taking your pens, right? So like these can be coworkers you like, but over there, you like them from over there. That's why I like co-working. You're a coworker I like, but from over there. Go over there. So yeah, it's kind of an awesome way to do it. Yes, y'all. It's 1:00 Eastern time, or almost. It's almost 12:00 here. And I wasn't feeling great yesterday, so I wasn't hungry at all day. I ate because I had to, but not because I'm hungry, and I'm always hungry. So this morning there was some hunger. So I ate before we started, but I also need to eat again too because it's been 2 hours and I haven't eaten. And y'all know that's my limit. If you watch me on Sundays, about 2 hours in, I'm like, oh, I'd love to stay and chat with y'all, but gotta go eat. So, okay, Helen is working on invoicing a client, long overdue project. The sessions provide motivation. I need to get it done. Yes. Yes, Black woman build wealth. Got her bathroom clean during quiet time. Ew. Okay. Speaking of paying bills, I got a text from my landlord yesterday, and she was like, "Hey, girl, the building just emailed me and said your electricity is going to be turned off tomorrow because you haven't paid your bill." And I was like, "Ma'am, what? excuse me? What are we saying?" Okay. Turns out I checked my mail. We've talked about this before. The system is funky, but I checked my email box, my mailbox, my actual physical mailbox in the middle of last week. I would say like Wednesday or Thursday, and there were no bills. Sometime between Thursday and yesterday, a bill came in that said the payment was due. The last day to pay was the 19th, and service would be cut off on the 20th. Or like, yeah, I think that's what it says. Sometime between Thursday and Sunday, I got a bill that said, "Pay us now." They send a bill once every 2 months. So once every 2 months, you need to be on it. On it, checking your building. On it. Yeah, Adelia says that's nice that they notify the building because a lot of places don't do that. But because it's a big building, I think they don't want to come out here. If they can get other people to pay it, they don't want to come out here and go to like every floor and do everything they have to do. But the electric company is the only company that does it. But okay, so this might actually be my fault because the machine, I couldn't figure out how to pay it online, but I figured it out. Whenever I'm in a crunch, I can figure some shit out. So yesterday I figured out how to pay it online. I needed the bill. So when I first tried to do it, I didn't have the bill because the bill was in the mailbox and I didn't know. So I tried to use an old bill and we're like, "No, you need the most recent bill to set up this online account." So I went downstairs. The most recent bill was in there. I paid it online. But the last, I've been using a physical machine that takes cash to pay my bill. But you can only they won't give more than 200 pesos, about $10 in change from the machine. So last time my bill was like 236 pesos. And so I had a 500 peso bill, but I can't use that because I can't get change. So I got a 200 peso bill and I put the 200 pesos in and I forgot to go back and pay the 36 pesos. And so I'm not sure which is $1.80. I'm not sure if my electricity was going to be turned off because I was late on this month's bill. I was 2 days late when they got the email, or because I was $1.80 behind on the last bill. Either way, paid it online, paid the whole thing and done. But I was really like, y'all don't, like, your machine won't give me if you don't have change, you just give them what you have because they won't give you more than $10 in change. And the bills here are like the larger bills are like 100, 200, 500. So like between 200 and 500, I just didn't have anything. And I needed to get coins. I never have coins. The point is I didn't have coins to pay them the 36 pesos. Totally slipped my mind. I don't know if that's why they were going to turn me off or because I was late with this month's bill. Either way, electricity for another 2 months. Painful. My electric bill this month was $239. Because it was the 36, it was $275 total. So it was my electricity bill for 2 months was 239 pesos. So that is like $11. Am I doing that math right? Yes. No, that's $12. My 2-month electric bill is $12. Which is why I allow their funky system. Which is why I'm not like, how dare you say you're going to turn me out? Because it's $12 for 2 months. Like, okay, that was my bad for not paying out the $1.80 that I owed you last time. No, they don't credit. Listen, I paid my gas bill twice once, and that money disappeared. I was trying to get a credit towards something else, and that money just disappeared. Every possible work around the system that we think of in the U.S., they is not okay. It does not work here. But I think I'm online now. So Adelia thinks bills were delivered on the 19th, which is the date my bill was due. But I live really close to a payment system, payment machine. It's really nice to be able to pay your bill at that machine. Can I just walk up with change and give it? But like I said, if you don't have change, if you don't have the correct change, you gotta look. But worked it through, got it done. Got it done. All right, let me move this back here for now. We have another 4 minutes to talk. Oh, your friend got shut down for $10. Yeah, these come like, yes, I owed you $1.80. I forgot I did, and I did. That's on me. But is that why you were going to turn me off for $1.80? My electricity. In a country where kind of like electricity is the main power source for everything, right? Solar ain't kicking here the way it is in some other places. Like, my fault completely, but I'd like to know if it was because I was late on last month's bill or late on this month's bill that they were going to turn me off. Yes, girl. Last month's bill, I think, was $236. This one I know is $239, and that is $12. Or not last month, 2 months before, which is why I forget. I'm like, it's 2 months ago. I owed y'all $2 for 2 months. Yes, that's my fault, but I don't know details. Yeah, my water bill is like $2 every 2 months. These are subsidized. The water, I think, is subsidized by the government. I think the electricity is subsidized as well. My internet, home phone, and Netflix costs $25. And the service is good. The service is good. So, yeah, it's a good deal down here. But nah, if you overpay, they're not crediting nothing. My water bill. Dion, my water bill is $2. Generally. It's rare if it's over that. But if you don't pay it, you gotta like, at least there's like, a lot of these do not have a good online payment system. I was actually surprised that my credit card went through yesterday, because most times when I try to pay a bill here, they don't. There's something about the systems. For a lot of things you want to do in Mexico, the credit card systems that they use don't talk to each other very well. And so it's just like decline. Like my card will get declined, and my credit card, it's not even like my credit card was like, no, girl, we think it's fraud. We're just like, no, they didn't ask us nothing. Oh, you swiped your, not like swipe, but you use it online? No, I didn't. In person, it works great every time. But online, I think the systems don't clickety-click fast enough to hit the US systems in time. I don't know. But yesterday, I was surprised the first card I used went through. The other day, Adelia and I went to a museum. It is the, I'm lighting a candle because I never use this one. Casa 288. It's their Palo Santo candle. I like the way it smells. But I hardly ever burn it. Okay. We went to a museum. It's a home that was built by a famous architect, and only 36 people a day get to get in. So I went to get us tickets, and I used every card in my wallet. Every single card in my wallet was like, no, girl. Charles Schwab is the one, like Visa, my Chase, Visa, my Amexes, they're all like, no, that's not. Like there's no, it doesn't even hit. But Charles Schwab, most of the time, will be like, we see what you're talking about. We're not going to do it. And then if I click through, press the right button on the text, I can use the Charles Schwab cards. So I talk about Charles Schwab and how good it is for fee-free debits, but it is the card that is most reliable for me overseas. I don't use it. I only use it if I'm buying something online and the other cards don't work. And I'm like, oh yes, I have this debit card I can use. But when I do that, 10 times out of 10, it works for me after being declined. It declines. It's like, no, we don't think this is you. And after I'm like, yes, it is me, then it works. A lot of these other cards, it's just nothing. It's like putting numbers into the abyss. Nothing happens. Yes, Casa Barragan, owned by and designed by Barragan. Luis Barragan. He wins awards. Thai. I think you mean well, but I'm not even sure anymore. You think my internet is my most expensive bill, generally. And you think the cartel is tapping into data and selling it on the dark web? Friend? No. Like, why can't it be possible to believe that the prices we pay in the US are ridiculous prices that we shouldn't be paying anywhere, right? Like, because of greed. Why is that hard to believe? Why, anytime something comes up with Mexico, it's always the cartel, as if every function of society in this country is run by the cartel. The internet service? Really? Your imaginations need to be bigger than this. Like, okay, so that's also overall a good point. And we need to get back to work. But overall, a good point is like, if you cannot think beyond fear, stay in America. Like, you don't belong on this channel. If you cannot think that other places might do things different ways for very valid reasons, this is not a channel for you. If everything in America, in Mexico, comes back to the cartel, or if in Colombia it goes back to the guerrillas, then like, this ain't it for you, right? Like, my channel's not for you. Find another channel that will suit you, but this isn't it, because the cartel is stealing our data for real. Like, do you know how much? It's a city of over 20 million people, just Mexico City alone. They sifting through, and everybody has a phone. Because you can get a phone here for like $30. You can probably get cheaper phones too, right? Like, everybody has a phone. So we stealing data for child. Anyway. It's always a man. Okay. Anyway. All right. Melissa said, hey fam, are we working hard or hardly working? It's time to work again. I always go over, but from now until 1:45 Eastern time, we're working, and then we're going to come back. We're going to come back here and say what we've done, what we're working on, what we're doing together, what we're working on next. If you have not eaten since this video started, go eat something. I'm about to go eat. I'm about to get up and go to the kitchen, go eat something, and refill my mug, and I'll be right back. But leave your question if you have questions between now and when we get back. Leave your questions and I'll answer them when we get back in 40 minutes. Talk to you later. It's official, y'all. I'm getting old. I just had to zoom in on the screen so I could read the comments because these eyes don't do what they used to do. So, yeah. How y'all doing? Did you get any work done? Tell me what you got done. Tell me what you got done. Lots of stuff. Lots of stuff. I'll get in the comments. Any questions in a minute. In this time, I was listening to the training I need to listen to again. I wrote the email to my list. So if you're on my mailing list, you should get that. That candle looks dangerously close. Oh, shit. Y'all. Wait, you see what just happened? While I had this candle under here, I thought it'll be fine underneath the plant. The heat from the candle killed this whole leaf. I don't know if you can see it, but it's brown right there. So I had the leaf over here, the candle under here, and I wasn't paying attention to what it was doing because I was working. And this is completely brown now. Hot and brown and dead. So I won't put my candle underneath these plants anymore. It was up high a minute ago and fine, but that heat, didn't see that coming. I'll move it away. I'll move it to the other side of the room. I'll be back. That's absolutely wild. I did not see that. Didn't smell anything, didn't feel anything, which is hot. Can you see that it's brown there? Wild. Plant was just minding its own business and I killed one of the strongest leaves. I'll cut that off later. Y'all know I love my plant babies, so I'm not pleased with that, but now I know. Don't put candles back there. I saw it underneath the leaf and I was like, it'll be fine. Like it's not going to touch it. It's so far away. But that heat going up. You know what? I will. Belinda, I was just going to throw the leaf away, but maybe I'll see if I can propagate it. It's a good idea. Because I've propagated some other leaves. Probably if I cut it off, I'll cut this one here. But if I also cut it here and put it in water, maybe I'll get some roots out of that. But monsteras, when you're propagating them from nothing, take like years to grow back to big plants. Years. So we'll see how that does. Thank you, Shayla. I love my little plant babies, but Nikki was practicing some Java coding. Zakia's cleaning house. Zakia or Zakaya? I don't know. 1,000 pieces, clean the coffee maker. Picky girl is sewing a new outfit. Adelia, is that a summer outfit or a winter outfit? I asked her yesterday. I'll put her business in the streets. Yesterday, she said something about like fabric and when she would get it. And I asked her if it was, depending on what, like, shipping times mattered in this conversation. So I asked her, is it a seasonal outfit? And she said, I don't believe in seasons. Fair, but like Mother Nature, she does. Like it was hot in April and now it's cold. So which month are you dressing for? But you know. Nick, your internet was down for 4 hours? Ew. Ew. Ooh. All right. I'm going to go see what Damaris, I see that you even filled in, what comments and questions were asked that we haven't gotten to, and then we'll do 10 minutes of talking and another 45 minutes of work. I hope you guys are getting stuff done and it's helpful. And if it's not, don't worry, you can hang out or not. But this is really helpful. I love doing this with you guys. Let's see. Bum, 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 bum. I thought I saw something. It should have been an email. All right. Yes. Halisi, you got done with your meeting and you're back. We're still here. We here. All right. I know I saw a question earlier. If you got a question, drop it. Okay. So DT, are you still here? If so, I see your question. Black male headed to CDMX next week. Any advice? Advice about what? So if you're here, drop a little bit more of a specific question in the comments if you're still here, so I know how to best help you. I will. I will. All right. All right. Making plans. Listen, planning travel right now is work. It's work. It's real work to plan travel right now. Work. All them people in the airports looking unhappy because their flights got canceled. Work. Wait, no, that's not it. That's not it. That's not what I was dancing for. I was dancing for this one. All right, Camise. Job applications. Job applications. Get out of the US. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Oh, FDM is coming to Mexico City tomorrow. Woo woo. Power's back. Tell your mama it's fine. It's fine. Power goes out everywhere. Also, you live in Merida, so I feel like you guys get like hurricanes and stuff, or like at least strong storms a couple times a year. You just need a power outage plan. You just need a power outage plan. That's all. Let's see. Shonda. You for real cooking? For real, for real. So Adelia, okay, people outside. One of the fun things about Mexico City is you cannot figure out what the weather is by looking at people outside. Because it'll be like 60 degrees and they start pulling out puff coats and scarves. Yesterday there were Ugg boots. I know it did not, I don't think it went under like 65 yesterday. And I think Adelia posted a photo of someone, and in the background there's someone in Ugg boots. And I'm like, it's not, what is cold in the collective imagination is not a real cold, right? I don't know if you've like lived where there's snow. So you have to like actually go outside to see what's actually going on, because otherwise, even inside my apartment, I'll sometimes think it's hot because the sun comes blaring in the afternoons and it like gets to be like an oven in here. And then I go outside and I'm like, oh, it's a little chilly. It's not, you know. So you have to actually be outside before you know what the temperature is. Even when the weather says it's like 82, it feels like 89. But definitely not how people are dressed. How people are dressed has absolutely no relationship to what the real weather is. Okay, what else are we doing? It's almost time to work again. The temp here now, I'll look up what it says. I haven't been outside today. My outside time is later. It says it's 65 with a high of 68, and but it's going to start raining at 2 and rain for the rest of the day. 2 is earlier than rainy season usually starts, but whatevs. Yes, it's like Florida here. Boots and coats. And like if it hits 60. Literally once, there was one time, I think I've told you guys this before, Adelia and I were out. She was wearing like a sleeveless shirt and I was wearing a t-shirt. And where we went to meet people, we went to like Centro Historico. There were people in thick scarves, layers, puff coats. And we were like, this not, I'm looking at, you see what I like, it's not sensing right now. It's not working. So it's like, wait, Shayla, are you the one in Merida? You said the weather here is perfect. Was that you? I have questions about the Merida weather because it never sounds perfect. Oh, you're in CDMX. Okay, I thought you. Oh no, that was Sarah. That was in Merida. All right, Shayla is in CDMX. Yeah, the weather has gotten nice. Yeah. Let's see. Yes, Elle, you got me on TV. I'm a TV star in Elle's house. All right. Let's see. Where do I get the news? Picky Girl travels the world. So long before I left the US, I kind of disconnected from it. There was a time when I watched like CNN morning news every day. And then it was just, no, I can't continue to do this. And so I went from like watching it every day to never watching it. And I'm here, I never watch the news either. But I'm in enough Facebook groups that if there's anything important happening in the city, I hear about it. And Adelia, because she's much more plugged in than I am. So she tells me important things because she knows I don't watch the news. Shayla says she'd love to visit Merida. I am planning on going in a few weeks, going to Merida. After we go do our meetup in Cancun, I think Merida is my stop after Cancun. Maybe Bacalar, maybe somewhere in between. I don't know. I know when I'm get to Quintana Roo, and I know when I'm checking out of a hotel in Cancun, and I literally don't have any place to stay or any flight plans or bus after that. I'm just like, I'll figure it out later. It's a third quarter problem. That's a joke between me and Adelia because every time she asks me a question, like, where are you going to be in? She literally will say in the end of March, where are you going to be in May or like late April? And I'm like, that's a second quarter issue. I don't know. It's the first quarter. It'll even be the same quarter. And I'll say like, no, that's a like now second quarter. I'll be like, that's a second quarter problem. So yes, July, that's the third quarter issue. I don't know where I'm going to be on July. After I check out of my hotel early July, I have no idea what else I'm doing with my life. Third quarter issue. All right. Hi, Sheeta. I'm 26. Any advice on what to do to prepare myself for retiring early? I'd love to live a similar lifestyle to you. Idea is how I'm going to pronounce that. If that was wrong, please let me know. I think it's important to know what you want and set your sights on it early and kind of keep pushing forward, right? Like I can't tell you one way to retire early because I don't know how much you make or what your other financial goals are, what your living expenses are. But like if you know that early retirement is your goal, being a good steward of your money is important. Investing in something, right? Whether that's real estate or stock market or something else, right? Investing it instead of just saving it is important to help it grow. And deciding early on what amount of money is an amount of money you can retire with. Because if people do not make that decision, they will never retire. You have to be able to say, like, this amount of money is going to be enough for me. And maybe that's going to depend on what age you are. Like if you want to retire at 30, that maybe that number is different than what it would be at 40, but you've got to kind of like sketch that out for yourself. You should be good to go. That's really vague advice, but like I said, unless it's hard to give advice that's applicable to everyone or give advice without knowing more about your background. But it's time for us to work again. You gonna work? Okay, so are we coming back to, I'll be here for another 45 minutes. And let me add this to the description. We come back 2 o'clock, we're working. Add to the description, 2:45 Eastern time. We're gonna gab and gossip. Not really, y'all know we don't gossip, but that's what I'm calling it here. Okay, so I'll see you guys in 45 minutes. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And I'll talk to you soon. Hey, how's the work going? You guys, a lot of you know I probably went to, a lot of you probably know that I went to Antarctica on a cruise ship late last year. And because of the timing of activities, we had to be up every morning around most mornings around 7 or 8, be ready to go do something, dressed, you've eaten breakfast, you're dressed, you're ready to go. So every morning, usually an hour before it was time for us to do something, there was a woman who was in charge of the activities, and we had a speaker in the room, and every morning she would say, "Good morning, good morning, good morning." And that's literally you'd be sleeping and you would just hear, "Good morning, good morning, good morning." Every day. So every time we saw her, we'd just be like, "Good morning, good morning, good morning," every day. It was burned into your brain. So I tried to give you a little bit of that, but I don't think I had the right flavor on it. I'm gonna have to practice my good mornings or my good afternoons. Hey, what'd you get done? A lot? A little? Nothing at all? Good morning, good morning, good morning. All right. Nikki, what did you want to share? I might be able to give you access to do it, but it's locked for everyone unless you're a moderator, and I can't make you a moderator over the long term. But if something that's really helpful for the group, I've done that before with someone. Was it Dion? Audiobooks. You'd love audiobooks. I hate hearing my voice on playback of anything. When I hear myself, I'm like, girl, what is that sound you be making with your mouth? What are these sounds? I see that some woman who shares the same last name I do said, I can't blame Adelia for destroying that plant. And I want to know why she thinks I can't figure out a reason that it was Adelia's fault. I wasn't even headed in that direction, but if I wanted to, I could. I'm sure that's something to do with the fact that Adelia has art directed some of the plants back here. And she has told me what a good plant back there is and what a bad plant back there is and what pots and stuff. And so there's definitely blame to go around, but I wasn't even thinking about that. Listen, someone said all skin folk ain't kinfolk. This one right here. We have the same last name, but I don't know this lady. She shows up every week, just saying whatever she wants, just reckless, just wild and reckless. Can't trust him. Can't trust him. All right. You know you're responsible. Okay. Dee didn't get as much done as planned. Have to admit I'm tired and drained right now, and that may be in order, and then get back to work, to this work crap this evening. Yes, if you need a nap, take a nap. You see, I'm here eating almonds because I needed a snack. Nikki and Dion are making friends. Yes, I love it. Go be offline friends or online friends, but out of the comment box friends. I love it when you guys do that. Make friends. Mind your business. Finished plotting out about 1/3 of his book. Yay. So I guess that means you're a writer. You're writing something. Sounds like a book because he said book. I'd love to know what that looks like and how long the process of plotting out a book takes, because not Nikki. You can share your Facebook name and tell someone to look you up at facebook.com/something. But if you drop the link, YouTube will block it. All right, we're coming into hour 4. How are we doing? Are we getting work done? I was working on a video that I filmed during Juneteenth, during our walk that Adelia organized. I was working on editing that. And then I got distracted by something shiny. I'm going to get back to work on that so I can give that to you guys next week, maybe next Wednesday. I don't know. Life is a blur now. That sounds like the third quarter to me. It's not yet, but it's really close to the third quarter. I've started packing for our trip to Cancun for the meetup. Only because like this week is kind of crazy and I'm not going to have a lot of time to do things. I leave on Sunday for Quintana Roo and I'll be in Playa for a couple days getting my hair done and some other stuff. And then I leave Sunday. I don't know when I come back. Third quarter. Do you guys see all that light that's coming in off this gold? I love it. It's not even that bright outside, but when this gold paint is it's paint, not wallpaper, but the gold paint, and my landlord doesn't know about it. Surprise! The paint is so reflective that it like kind of blinds that area because that's the window side over there. It's not even bright. It's foggy. It's cloudy, and it'll probably rain soon. Nikki said that's Mama Down. I don't know who you're talking about. It's a woman who shares the same last name as me. That's all I know. I don't know her. Ooh, Flow to Flow is halfway through drafting an affidavit. I'm sorry. That doesn't sound fun. Is anyone doing anything fun? Or not work stuff, but like personal take care of stuff. Someone was de-cooked salt and pepper shrimp and did not bring enough for the class. Y'all see that? She showed up here talking about she was cooking. Sure, she just cooked salt and pepper shrimp in the air fryer, but she didn't say, and here's some for everybody. And then someone was cleaning. I did that one thing on Amazon, and that's done. I wrote the email to the list. I'll edit it this hour. So I try to take a break between writing something and editing it, usually like a day, which is why I've edited most of the video that's going up next week. Most of it's edited already, but I always go back like a second and third pass to make sure that the words on paper make sense and the edits in the video make sense. And just as I don't think I've actually packed earlier than the day before I leave. The day before I leave, my mother will be here. And I have a ton of stuff to do. And when I say a ton of stuff to do, I have group coaching. So I leave on Sunday after I go live here. So I'm going live Sunday morning here, and then I go straight to the airport. And then Saturday morning, I have group coaching. If we're not already part of From Burnout to Bliss, hit the pinned comment here, Join From Burnout to Bliss. You'll have your first coaching session on Saturday, and we really make progress towards living the life you want to live. So whether that is a career break or moving abroad, whatever it is, we get together, we talk through any issues you have. The curriculum in the course gets you on the way, helps you with all the planning, and a lot of the mindset work is what we work on in our group coaching. Not all. Some of it are very tangible questions. I'll share a tangible. Let's see. I had a thingy open. Let's see some of the questions, if I can find some of the questions that are coming up this week. Because some people already asked questions. So we're not going to answer them. I'm just going to tell you what questions were asked. Okay. I think a good one is, these are actually kind of the same question, but I will list it here. I'll read one of them because it's kind of the same. I see what's happening there. Okay, this person is planning their sabbatical to Mexico City in July. Should I apply for temporary residency before I get there, since I will be leaving my job, which currently allows me to meet the economic solvency requirements, or just do a test run and get a tourist visa? Okay, so for this one, we would talk through the process of getting the visa, what it's like, timing, and we'll talk through economic solvency requirements and how to meet them if you don't actually have a paycheck coming in. Because I live in Mexico City, we talk about it a lot, but it's not, I don't want you to think it's the only thing we talk about. There's the other question in this category is about Lisbon, which I've never been to, but based on the question, it's a question I can answer. It's not necessarily a city specific question. It's more of like a timing and planning question. So those are the kind of things we work through. There's another question about storage in the US, and something about the customs process for long-term traveling. Yeah, so we do some mindset work, but a lot of it is like nitty-gritty questions. So get to that pinned comment and join from Around to Bliss. We have a good time. It's a very good supportive time, but like a good time of getting stuff done. Let me see. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. All right. Anything else? Any pressing questions right now? I know we've been at this for a while. I think this is going to be our last hour of working together. So we'll come back at 3:45 Eastern time and wrap things up. Yes, that's right. I'm Central Time, so I always have to think ahead, and it's not always right. And you know how life's. Okay. So the link from Burnout to Bliss is also in the description. Like I said before, if you can get help from me there. You can get help from me by doing one-on-one coaching. The link to that is also in the description for this video. I think, yes, it is. There's a link to Ask Me Anything. And then I provide a lot of free content here on on YouTube. So if there's anything you have a question about, you can always look through the archives and see if I've talked about it before. And if I haven't and you want me to talk about it, drop a comment, let me know. All right, so I'm updating the description. So 3 p.m. We're going to work at 3:45 Eastern time. Yes. We're going to wrap it up. Who's been here all day? Raise your hand. Drop a comment if you've been here all day. And don't forget to give it a like. Go ahead and like. Go ahead and like. Go ahead and like if you haven't liked already. Oh, and subscribe. Yes, Mary, subscribe. If you haven't subscribed already, we'll do this. I'm going to try to do a work with me session once a month. I would have planned it probably for next week if it wasn't for the fact that I'm going to be somewhere in Quintana Roo and I have no idea what's going on with my life. So I try to do this kind of stuff when I know I'm going to be at my desk and I can be focused, because when I'm at the beach, I'm going to want to be at the beach, right? Like, so it's dark outside here. I can do that. All right. The Body Electric supplement has been here all day. Nikki's been here all day. Dee's been here all day. If you're not subscribed, subscribe. If you haven't given it a thumbs up, give it a thumbs up. Someone's leaving me for a class of Stephanie. I can't get mad. Stephanie got the info. Okay. Someone's twisting their hair. Someone was cooking. Oh, not before 10. I'm doing laundry and running errands, kale salad, and grilled chicken. Yes, you got a plan. All right. Simi is planning their sabbatical during their layover at the airport. I love it. Oh, yay. FDM ran into an Exodus Summit sister in Merida. I haven't talked about that. Stephanie is much better at dropping links than I am, but me see if I can find this. Give me a second. If you're not part of the Exodus Summit community yet, that is our community for women who want to move abroad. I'm going to drop that link here, facebook.com/groups/group for Black women only who want to move abroad or take a career break. If you don't have a photo, if you don't have a photo that we can see, if your account is locked down so tight that we can't see like a bio photo, a display photo, that's what they're called, and we can't see your cousins in them, and we can't see any of the photos of you on vacation, nothing, we're probably not gonna let you in because you could be just anybody. And the reason it is a Black woman only space is we want it to be a safe space for Black women. And if we're letting in people without knowing that they're Black women, the space becomes less safe. So if you don't have a photo, we're unlikely to let you in. If you do have a photo and you're a Black woman, we shall let you in. If you identify as a woman, that's all we need. Identifying as Black is not enough. If on a job application you would not check Black, it's not the group for you. It's not. Don't do that. Having Black family members, no matter how close they are to you, does not make you Black if you're not born Black. Hate to have to say this like this, but it comes up more frequently than I'd expect. So, Black women only. Born Black, currently a woman. That's what we need. And you can get it, and a photo. But I'm looking for something else to send you guys, which is our Work from Anywhere toolkit. Who has the toolkit? And who found it amazingly helpful? Anyone? Anyone? It is our way of giving you resources that you need if you want to work around the world. If you don't want to work, it's not for you. Yes, having a Black boyfriend or husband does not make you a Black woman. Having Black children does not make you a Black woman. I didn't make the rules. I mean, for this group I did, but for the universe. Yes, race is a social construct, but until the people with the power do away with it, I'm living the rules they made, right? Bernardo says, I'm moving to Buenos Aires. Thanks for inspiration. I hope that's inspiration to move abroad and not to Buenos Aires. I will take credit for inspiration to move abroad, but not credit for moving to Buenos Aires because it was a terrible place that I did not enjoy. Oh, Simi, I'm sorry you went through a storm, but I'm glad the content was able to help. So, yes. All right. 007 Komet is about to hit the pool. I want to hit the pool. Literally, I could just walk downstairs and go to the pool. So I don't know what I'm talking about, but I want to hit the pool. Okay. It's time for us to work together. If you're not on Facebook, you can't join the Facebook group. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know what else to tell you. Like our platform is on Facebook because it is the best way to get large groups of people together right now. It's the only place our group kind of exists. But you know, if you choose not to be on Facebook, you know you're missing out on Facebook groups. Right? It is what it is. You good. You good. All right. So we're going to get back to work until 3:45 Eastern time, and then we'll come back. Tell me everything you did today. I'll tell you what I did, and then we'll plan this again for next month. All right, let's get to work. All right, we're back. Have you been working all day? I can't remember the last time I sat down and worked for like 5 hours. Well, I guess the first hour I didn't work, I just talked. Well, that work. That's work. I'm counting as work. So we're back for the last 15 minutes to wrap this up. Got a lot done. I finished editing the video. If you guys saw me talking into the mic, I was recording a voiceover for the video, which I don't do frequently, but I needed for this video. So I recorded voiceovers. I wrote 2 emails. I created the intake form for questions for this month's From Burnout to Bliss coaching. I reviewed the questions that have already come in. If you're in our coaching session, don't forget to use the form. If you'd like to join From Burnout to Bliss before Saturday, when our next coaching session happens, pinned comment will get you there. And if you haven't liked or subscribed, go ahead and do that. What's going on with you guys? What'd you get done? What are you proud of yourself for today? Tell me. Because I know I wasn't the only one sitting staring at a computer screen for hours. Let me take a nap. Oh. Yeah, my friend moved into a new apartment, so I'm going to go see that this afternoon. Headed towards dark time. But before that, I'm going to a Pilates class. So I'm going to take a nap. I'm going to close my eyes between now and Pilates class and hopefully get a little nap in. Because I need it. All right, I see that Winnie unclogged her sink and had a lot of hair in the drain. What about the rest of you guys? What'd you work on? What are you proud of? Tell me a little something. Anything? Nothing? Any questions in the comments? Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. I think the Clubhouse for Women had a question and then deleted it. I like Pilates. Okay, so a lot of you guys know that I had knee surgery 2 years ago. And my knee wasn't healing the way my doctor said it should. But my doctor was a big liar. So we can't trust anything he said. Any hoodle. It's been 2 years, and still if I walk a long time, it hurts. But this weekend I walked for 4 hours with like a hour and a half break in between, maybe 2 hour break in between. But I walked 4 hours on Sunday morning when I wasn't live with you guys. I went walking with some of the Black residents of Mexico City for Juneteenth, and my knee didn't hurt. So I went from not being able to walk an hour without knee pain to being able to walk 4 hours. Now, the last like 3 blocks, I think my brain saw the building, and my knee was like, we can give up now. Like the last 3 or 4 blocks, there was knee pain. I took an Advil. I took some Advil PM when I was going to bed. But I feel like Pilates has really helped strengthen my knee in a very controlled way. So I love yoga. I'm a yoga teacher. But I'm more likely to push myself in yoga. And because your body doesn't really have any guides, you can do any kind of crazy things with your body. But with Pilates, because you're like pushing and going and everything is kind of like in a straight line, I feel like I've had a chance to really strengthen the muscles around my knees in ways that they haven't been strengthened over the past 2 years. And I'm getting a lot of, I'm feeling better about my mobility. So yes, I'm enjoying Pilates. I think it's really helping me rehab my knee, and my arms are arming again. They weren't arming for a while, but hello. These arms are coming back. They've been missing for a while. Now, the arms are arming. The legs are feeling better, but they're not really legging. And my stomach is like, girl, we don't care what you do. You're not funny anymore. Ain't no abs, B. Ain't no abs. But progress. I'll take baby steps wherever I can. So, yes. Ooh, Nikki says today would have been her 32nd anniversary with her husband, but she let that expire like a car registration. Girl said, no, thank you. No mas. No, thank you. Proud of you. F Doctor, how often do I do work with me sessions? I think like once a month. I might do it whenever I'm in the mood. So if I'm in the mood, I'll do it day of. If it's planned, I'll let you guys know ahead of time. But I'll try to plan one at least once a month. Let's see. Ooh, Helen says, proud to have completed a monster invoice. Just doing it has relieved a ton of stress. Helen, get that money, honey. Yes. Monster invoice. Monster money. Come through, monster money. Yes. Yes. Shonda is proud of her lunch. And she's finally working on use cases for her presentation. Y'all did work today. F Doctor, it's about 60, it's a high of 68 today. All right. I know Winnie unclogged her drain. All right, friends, it's a little early, but your girl is tired. And so, goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. I'm off to nap. And I will talk to you guys some other point. Oh, live on Sunday. On Sunday, 11 a.m. Eastern time. I don't know what we're talking about. We'll talk about something. For all of you guys who sat with me this whole time, I hope you were really productive. I was more productive than usual right now. And so I'm very happy. And I'll talk to you guys later. Next time. Bye.